Okay, Facebook is part 3 of Kingdoms Come and Go. We'll try this again. Alright, all Asian countries' names and their capitals. So we have this. All Asian countries' name and their capitals. You think these people didn't create that hole going through there? All these Asians, they go to America, this side of the fence. Nobody went east. So these Asians who went west did not go over here and colonize, not colonize, but just a little bit of logic. So let's use a little bit of logic. See how big Asia is compared to Africa? That's why you don't see Africa next to Asia. You very rarely see the continent of Africa next to Asia. Let's go down here to this segment. Let's get to Ebola. Facebook. I took some clips from this already. And they said that the Bible is not connected to ancient Ebolites or ancient Ebola. They want to convince us that the Bible is not in the ancient tablets. So, right now I'm going to tap into my thing real quick, see what's going on. It says here only been on for 2 minutes. It's a wonderful thing, so let's get it. You hear me? Mic check, mic check. Right now I'm going to tap into my thing real quick, see what's going on. Okay, so I see there's a delay here. And I don't hear any sounds in the background. So now, we find where it says that there is no Bible connection. I hit this marker here real quick for a new tab. Ancient Ebola and Bible connection. Try it again. Ancient Ebola.
According to Wikipedia, a fibula is a brooch or pin for fastening garments, typically at the right shoulder.
Ancient Ebola and the Bible. Ancient Ebola and the Bible. Ancient Ebola and Bible connection. I will type it in, family. That's all. I'm going to type it in. Ancient Ebola.
According to Wikipedia, a fibula is a brooch or pin for fastening garments, typically at the right shoulder.
Ancient Ebola and the Bible. Ancient Ebola and the Bible. Ancient Ebola and Bible connection. I see echo. Okay, we get the sound. Alright, and listen to this. Every tablets no biblical claims. The Washington Post. Let's read that. Listen to this. We go to the beginning. We started out like that in verse 1. I mean, the first kingdom come and goes, right? Now, no biblical claims. Let's see that, right? Let me get a picture of this. Thomas O'Toole, December 9th, 1979. And speaking of University of Chicago's Oriental Institute, they would now speak of Chicago, University of Chicago, like one of our papers, quote unquote. You know, if they say anything good about it, I don't know. If they say anything bad about it, I don't know. I didn't go into academia and pay them for the upgrade, so. I just left where I found it. I did. I just left where I found it. I left them over right where I found it. So I'm gonna take a picture of this. I have to. Of this professor, book writer, that says that I have to leave that picture. Alright? We'll stop right there at Chicago's Oriental Institute. We'll stop that right there. This is why the internet's so important to us. And I'm going to send you all a collage so you can put these things together for yourself. I'm your brother and sister's keeper, Hosea Omar. Brother, saying peace and greetings. I prayed already for the first segment of this. This is the third. The first two got messed up somehow. And they managed to be still an hour long. I don't know how that happened, but alright. So, when 11,000 clay tablets dating for 23 centuries before Christ was unearthed in northern Syria 3 years ago, biblical scholars around the world rejoiced that the ancient proof had been found for the Old Testament. You hear that? The tablets were being held as of fine equal importance to Dead Sea Scrolls, said Dr. Robert Biggs, professor of Assyriology. Understand the word Assyriology, meaning like Paleology, Egyptian Scientology. You have Assyriology, and they have a special interest in upholding the gods of that land, or those who said that they can come and excavate their land or their property and or their country. And so you can't say anything about a defeat of a modern country by a biblical country or biblical people, because now when they get into the details of their findings and they tell you the truth, their Assyriology, Egyptiology, and all these ologies become just buckets with holes in them. So now, the Assyriologists at the University of Chicago's Oriental Institute, notice Oriental and Assyria, and Hebrews were what? Slaves in Persia, Syria, Syrian. this, that, and the third. The claims being made from these tablets created a sensation in biblical circles, but 3 years of intense study and debate among scholars changed all that. No longer are biblical claims made for the 11,000 clay tablets of Ibla, the ancient Sumerian city whose palace was destroyed by fire around 2300 BC. The next question would be, who destroyed ancient Ibla? And we're going to find out by, we're going to get out of Jerusalem. We'll get out of that. Listen to who destroyed Ibla and its history. Because here's the story. I did a video, many videos about the life of Abraham, his father Terah, and his uncle Haran. And the book of Jasher speaks of the family of the Akkadians who worked under the Babylonian kings and queens. Families who worked under them. And when Nimrod fell, when Babylon fell, those secrets spread it across the planet. And some remained noble and some remained wicked. So it's in their best interest not to tell you about the children of Abraham and the seed of Abraham being an Ibla. And the true story of the Hebrews being ill-treated all these thousands of years by these captors was false. Because the seed of Abraham, starting from Abraham, had always worked with the kings of that nation, particular nation, i.e. Terah worked for Nimrod. Haran worked for Nimrod. So it wouldn't be taboo for Abraham to say, you know what, I'm not working for America no more. I don't want to Alright, so it's not a coincidence that this is juking on me again. See if I can hear it. Okay. So this guy says, in his opinion, he's not a Hebrew. He doesn't speak the language fluently. It's not his culture. But he has an opinion. Parallels with the Bible are quite out of the question at this stage. Biggs told a recent gathering of science writers sponsored by the Council of Advancement of Science Writing. Alright? So they're at a council discussing the advancement of this writing of science. Alright? And he's telling them, do not tell them that there's a Ibla biblical connection, because you'll make the connection to the Hebrews, Muslims. That's why Islam took Muslim and Christianity took what? Hebrew. They split up the plate, they split the body up and took it to other parts of the world. Check it out. People who are looking to the Ibn tablets for proof of authenticity of the Bible are going to be sorely disappointed. So let's put that to the test. Let's see who's going to be disappointed, Mr. Biggs, from where? Chicago Oriental Institute. Because obviously Mr. Biggs, doctor, took a Hippocratic oath according to Greek academia. Robert and Biggs is definitely English, not Eurasian. But it's a spin-off. Because we have a Biggs. And he got a seriology of all things from the University of Chicago, which is Oriental. So he knows that the original so-called black man is the original Hebrew Muslim who was an Oriental, who had delis in Syria, Persia, and all these other places. How we know? Because Ibla and Mari. Remember when I told you the word Mari Bashni in the first video? This is a 3-part. But I mentioned Mari Bashni many times before. Even when I was in jail, I got the vision when a little kid came up to me as if he came from out the Middle East or something like out of Asia, saying Mari Bashni. So that's how I know that the Hebrew and Ibla or Igbo or Ebner. Alright? So look, Institute, 23,000 years before Christ. But you have the story of Adam and Eve. How does this story not link up with Adam and Eve, Babylon and Persia? How does this not link up? In your opinion, how does this not link up? Because here's the contradictory as we scroll it down. Listen to this, watch this contradictory. A typical misreading of the tab, as Big said, involved what some scholars thought was the reference to Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay. So why would they say Sodom and Gomorrah and not mention the book of Jasher before Sodom and Gomorrah? See, in order for them to discredit the book of Jasher, the 5 books of Maccabees, I give the argument between the Apocryphas, you have to denote Ibla existing in another city-state or kingdom, Mari, M-A-R-I, or Mary. Alright? So, Wiley reported 2 and 3 years ago were the stories of the flood creation that were supposed to have been inscribed on the tablets of Ibla. Hold up. Check this out. Wiley, here's the, damn. Here's the hijack. Right here. Wiley reported 2 and 3 years ago were the stories of the flood and creation that was supposed to have been inscribed on the tablets of Ibla. Now hold up. If the water of Noah is in the Bible, it's written on tablets like Babylon, it's written on tablets like Moses in Egypt. But Ibla has no connection. If that don't say somebody's lying or a hypocrite, remember he's a doctor, so he has to be a hypocrite. So it says the creation story now turns out to be 4 lines of poetry, which not a single word has been translated as convenience. The flood story has now been reduced to a single word translated as water. But this is the science people. What do they call them? The science, the Council of Advancement of Science writing is saying that the creation story of the flood has been reduced to a translated word, water. And you call that advanced science writing? That's if that's not hypocritical of a doctor, I don't know what is. Let's go further down. 3 years ago, numerous scholars claimed word translated from the tablets as Yah was abbreviation for Yahweh. The Old Testament name for God.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Keep him upstairs with you, man.
What happened now?
He's just pissing everywhere, bro. Am I wrong? He's
Yeah,
pissing
yeah.
everywhere down there, man. Keep him upstairs with you. Alright? It's gonna really smell out there, man.
Always something wicked happening. Okay, back to what we were saying. 3 years ago, alright, numerous scholars claimed a word translated from the tablets as Yah. Remember when we said about Yah Allah? Yah was a vibration. Yahweh was the God of Babylon. That's why they would say Yahweh is the husband of Allah. Or El-Allah was a transliteration of Allah. So even in their own words, this confirms that Yah, right there, is an expression. That's the name of the Most High right there. Yah. Was it for Yahweh? See? It says this. Well, Yahweh, the Old Testament name for God. Closer scrutiny of the tablets show that Yah was used frequently to denote He and caution the letter E. Alright? Other human forms in the tablet were originally translated to read Abraham and David, two pictures of the Old Testament that some scholars took as a proof of their existence. Or off his cat's ass. Stop that shit! The fuck is you doing? Sit down some motherfucking where. Fuck you rolling, huh? Sit down some damn where. Alright, two pictures scholars took a proof of their existence. Closer looks by scholars of the Sumerian language, which closely resembles Iblite. See? Sumerian language, which resembles Iblite. Point out that the names matched up for the two patriarchs were so common they could refer to anybody. The same scholar said that Yah could be a short version of a familiar Fuck you up.
Yeah.
What? Huh?
You know what you're doing?
What?
Like where
Huh?
what you doing? You know the cat litter where we had it out behind the TV?
Uh-huh.
That's where he's going at because he thinks the cat litter's still back there and he's pissing back there.
So I should put it back there?
No, I just need to create another one.
Alright. Cause he going crazy out here,
There's
over
no
here.
deal where they, you know, because you keep moving it around.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you leave it in one spot, then he'll keep going. He keep thinking it's behind the TV. He's pissing back there, and it's not back there no more.
Alright, I'll fix that. Cause you up here fucking my shit up. You fight your ass out of here quicker than you think. Sorry for a distraction. For this little ass kitten, man, he think he just can just tear shit up. Send his ass right to fucking Animal Rescue League. Seriously. His first, like, animal, well, territorial man, so. Anyway, let me get back to this. So the same scholars said that Yah could be a short version of a familiar first name, comparable to John or William, said Biggs. There are some scholars who now believe that Yah is nothing more than an equivalent of Johnny and Billy. It's quite clear that unwarranted conclusions were drawn concerning the similarities between the personal names of Ibla and the names occurring in the Old Testament. See, they don't want you to say Yah, Allah, because that put the Hebrew family back together and the things that we've done and how we help run the planet. Knows that thing Babel, right? There are an estimated 2,500 cuneiform symbols in the Arabic tablets, and the once accepted notions that the translation bears a close resemblance to biblical Hebrew has been dismissed almost completely. But who dismissed that? That would be the question. Who dismissed that? Scholars say that more resembles Amorite, a language spoken in part of ancient Mesopotamia than it does Hebrew. Says Beggs, the initial proposal to associate the Hebrew should not be accepted. Why? All the more so when you consider the two languages are separately by more than 1,000 years. Why should they be similar? Alright. Biggs said that it might be 20 years before the Sid translations are made of most complicated Arabic tablet, which appears to be written in at least two different languages. One resembles the Sumerian, ancient Mesopotamian, and the other resembles nothing previously known. So there's two languages. One is Mesopotamian, one is unknown. 11,000 tablets that have been restored, only 48 have been translated and published. So out of 11,000 tablets, right, that's been restored, 48 has been translated and published. So you know we're not getting those other 10,000 and some odd pages, right? Not till 1,000 years from now, probably. And it says, these are relatively simple documents confirming commercial trades and transactions. And we need those transaction records because the languages explains it all. Because that's what they knew about Nimrod, laws of Nimrod, and Hammurabi about what? How they changed their commercial dealings. There are some tablets containing as many as 3,000 lines, which scholars have made little or no headway reaching in translation. Let's see what else. Even the 48 tablets translated so far tell a distinct tale of Ebla. The city's people were merchants and traders, exchanging textiles, metals with people living as far north as present-day Turkey and as far as eastern Persia, Iran. Was we not slaves and fled into these different places of the world? Yes, it's in the scriptures. One product they sold was a cloth scalded gold. Apparently, differs from the brocade still made in Syria. Now, Palace Library obtained tablets burned about 2300 BC. So we know there's a connection between Babylon, this, and their records. Alright. Unluckily, there appears to be nothing in the tablet suggesting how Ibla disappeared. But it does, because they talk about Naram Sin. But they got Sim, but it's really Sin, S-I-N. Most scholars think the city was sacked by 2250 BC by Akkadian king Naram Sin, who killed most of his inhabitants and 30,000 inhabitants. Captured. Map. No capture by Dave Cook. Watch the post picture 1 ruins for an ancient city of Ibla in northern Syria. Picture 2 clay tablets. Translation of the most complicated tablets. Comments, blah, 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 blah. Okay. End of Washington Post. Right? No connection. Ibla tablets. No connection. We'll take a 2-minute break real quick. Let me fix this. Here's this. See if I come up on here. What's up, K-Bake? Hope you get you. Let me fix this. Fix this up real quick. Take care of this mad cat issue. This fucking little cat, man, is becoming a little problem. More than I like to mention. Cause you're here fucking with shit. Man, this don't work. You gotta go anyway, man, because you ain't jumping me up, bro. Ladies, that's what it is. He don't want to come upstairs. In fact, he ain't come upstairs all day. I'm thinking about it. he don't even come up here. Well, you know what? Matter of fact, he spent more time in your damn room. I know. I'll leave this one here and make another one up here. Because all this time is down here all the time. He never comes up here. No, because what it is, he literally never comes upstairs. Never. Alright. Oh, I know you down here, dude. Motherfucking soup. I hear a shirt when you get done? Yeah. No, he don't even come. He don't even come to the room. Probably nibble a little bit, run out and shit. Folks, hope y'all got a chance to get your whoop together. We're back. Hopefully we get this done. All of you issues are still there. Check. You still recording? I can hear myself. Alright, well, get back on the road here. XOLID-VIXION. Yeah. So every tablet's no biblical claims. Okay, off topic. But notice they said, clay tablets from Ivra, translation of the most complicated tablets might require another 20 years. Copyright, the National Geographic Society. So, we know, right? Now, who is determining the connection between the Hebrews, maybe not the Hebrew Israelites, but it's definitely the children of Abraham, who were originally called Akkadians or Akkadians. So it wouldn't be uncommon to be called a Hykso.
Off topic. But notice they said clay tablets, if a translation of the most complete tablets might require another 20 years.
Version. Let's do our research. Sure this will pop up.
Who is determining
I think it would.
the connection
So we'll go back here.
between the Hebrews and the Hebrew Israelites?
So
But
we have a map here.
children of Abraham. So within the tablets, who were originally called Akkadians or Akkadians.
Of modern day Israel. I'm sad that I can't get a zoom in. Let's see what they got for us. We get it. So we can go back. No. So, Miss Ronnie, right? Remember that? It really meant for Eastern, right? Jews, African origin, sometimes known as Arab Jews, Sephardic, boom. Bukharan, Jews, Mizrahi, or Mizrahi. So I'm saying, what does it have to do with the Bible? You want to see that part? Okay. Close this out. Close this up. Who are the first Orientals? Now look, the first Asian origin people known to arrive in North America at the beginning of the European colonization were a group of Filipinos. Went to the Han. Why would they tell you that you, so-called black men and black women, are the first Orientals here in North America? Why would they tell you that? That's why the Filipinos got so much weight. And why did the government go to the Filipinos wage war for Vietnam? I'm worried about that. Why Vietnam was so important? Could be that the people of Filipinos in Vietnam didn't want the new name Oriental because they're not Orientals. They're Mongols or Magog. Let's keep going. So, while many nations, Africa, Asia, and South America, can claim literally hundreds of distinct ethnic groups within its borders, U.S. history only recognizes 6 ethnic categories. Look at this. White, black, Asian. What's wrong with that picture? Remember the map? Hold up. Down. I thought I had Google World on here. So, what's the etymology of Oriental? See? Hold up. The noun. Direction. East, the part of the horizon where the sun appears. We'll stop there. And y'all know the weather is like in China and Japan. Ain't nothing hot about that motherfucking place. Like, does it get warm? Yes, it do. They wear shorts, and yes, they can. But it's not a place that you would call the land of the rising sun. as pale as they are. Why? To rising where the sun first appears. Right here. All right. Now with a capital O, equal regions of the world, equal countries which is vaguely, meaning the region and the south of Europe. Everybody knows South Africa, Nigeria, up top, not where the black man is at, the dark man, down Sub-Sahara, where the red man is at, between extreme cold and extreme heat. Now, what do you say? Meaning East, South of Europe was now called Middle East. Why? Because in the East, South order, everything around it. They call it what? The Middle Eastern of Europe. Mm-hmm. You have the Queen of Europe. You have the Bishop of Europe, the Church. You have the Knight of Europe, the Crown of Malta, the Templars. And you have the castle, as courts. Welcome to the chess game. Welcome to a missionary. The black and square and the compass. Sometimes Egypt and India. From Old French Orient, East. For Latin, Orientum. Orients, the rising sun, the east part of the sky where the sun rises. Originally rising. Aurori, to rise. O-R-I-R-I. To rise. That's why they tell you that you can't stare at the sun. Why you stare at the sun? Because you'll go blind. Now, meaning a pearl of first water. So, the so-called black man, so-called black woman is a pearl of the first water, or the first primordial waters. Pearl. originally meaning from the Indian seas. See? The pool of water. See? Indian. Not the Mongol. Indian that you see in America. Or the Filipino. And the other ones from those tribes. But the Indian. The red man. Hence also the meaning, a delicate iridescence, a peculiar luster of a fine pearl. And everybody knows a pearl is not pink nor white. It's very colorful. The Orient Express was a train that ran from Paris to Istanbul. The story was associated with espionage and intrigue. So, they've already built negative charge around the Orient. They don't want the sun to rise. They want to block the sun god. The verb, 1741, to arrange something as to face the east. Okay? You love Western culture. Being Hebrew is an Eastern culture. And it was written when Abraham looked at the sun and said, this God, and found out that the sun went down and came back up. He said, that's surely not God. When Abraham see the moon go down and come back up, he said, that ain't God either. And the stars left with it. He said, that's definitely not God. And through that process, he became a friend. He stayed facing the Son of God. Look at that. That's powerful itself. They took the bearings of your wheel of time. You know, every wheel needs a bearing to run smooth. It needs to be lubricated, needs something to pitch the axle. And since you're not connected to the Most High, your wheels is not good, so they took the bearings out. Literally to face the east. Also the sort of German Oriental or French East, Oriental, Orient, arranged by any definite position with reference to the points of the compass. We're talking about that Mediterranean angle that refers back to the compass. Remember I told you about compass, compassion, navigation. Remember we told you that of the compass and the navigation plane. Look at the word compass and then look at compassion, I-O-N. The points, because you read this again, it's a position where preference to the points of what? compassionate, figurative sense which references to a new situation or idea, orienting, having a specific orientation, orient, and also orient and origin, ancestry, race, a commencement, beginning, source, descent, lineage, birth. Look at that word right here. Origin stems from Oriai. Right there. Right there. Oriai. Oriai. So Oriai, is that Osiris? Is this Isis? Because the Bible says Kalite Kumrai. Let me show you what rise is. How you say rise in Hebrew?
Rise.
Okay. Look at this. Look at the teaching now. The difference. Orient, Egypt, India, sun rises, rising to rise. Now, does it look like Oriental? See? What you get when the devil touch it? We spoke Hebrew in Egypt. Volt, Bellow, come on up. Arrogant, Mary Webb. Look. What language is this? Huh? What language is this? See all that? See how they changed the meaning? Or add meanings? I'm gonna make a point real quick. While we don't speak Yiddish. Now, look at this. Look at this. Let me show this up. There we go. Now, the original for Orient is to rise. Like the sun in the east. French, Latin, Egypt, India, of course Hebrew, right? Water, the verb. Arrange something like yourself. French. Source of German, where Yiddish come from. Face the east, also a source of German, or Winterunge. Alright? So German and Yiddish are one and the same. And even in German Yiddish, Orient means to rise. I'm reading it. Luster of a fine pearl, iridescence. I don't see no pearl, no sun, no east, no nothing. And sun, east, pearl. No, I don't see the word sun, pearl, east, nothing. That's Yiddish for you. Unless Yiddish is synonymous to German. German-speaking Jews. Let's find some more Orient. Look at that. Okay. Ancient DNA revealing the genetic landscape of people who first settled East Africa. East Asia, right? Remember, land of the rising sun. Eastern Eurasia. What is it, Eurasia? Not Europe, but Eurasia. Okay. Chinese Academy, Beijing. Okay. So where you at? Where it on the map? These people like the other breed of pale skins are outside the Fertile Crescent because it goes here. Boom. And there, as it was told, from here, I gotta slide over some note. $40,000 years, 84,000 years. So they come from up here, cold, the barren area, no sun. I got the Yellow River. Alright, because it was so pale. You ever put chicken in your freezer and see how yellow that motherfucker turned? There's nothing against my Mongoloid friends. Everybody know that all Mongoloids come from this here on back. All up here with Russia. It's all Mongoloid, pale skin, Jew, ice people who didn't get the sun that stretched down here until they took over. That's why Europe got what? India. They got that. It's Ethiopia. Matter of fact, we go there. That's why they got that. India. Horn of Africa. Then they come on down here. Take Mexico. Go to the west. And they help. And so now they're moving in. They always skip here. And they went to Africa. The Mongoloids. That's why they're bound up Africa. Sudan. Why they're not messing with North Africa? Why you not hearing too much funk? Where they going in North Africa? You really don't. So you minimize that. Back that up. So, who are the first Orientals? So we understand that they gave Mongols the word Orientals. For simple fact, that 2 to the 100 of them guys came down, whooped their ass, and made them bow down. And they said, sure, we'll work with you. Just don't tell them Israelites, the Arcadians, or them children of Abraham, their history. And we'll make a deal with you if you would take up their name and we'll just write yours in the books or something different. Okay. We're gonna, Now, go back to Oriental, right? Southern Asian origin, India, right? Was the origin of the Oriental. So long history and slow death of the word once used as what? Let's see what happened. Because you know, if Chinese been China all their life, why would they stop using Oriental if that's what they were? Let's get that. See this word? The long history and slow death of a word once you describe everyone and everything from Egypt to China. Remember, in the 1960s, we were called Afro-Asiatics. And so, look, there is a late 1960 painting called The Snake Charmer. Now, I want to make this connection about the Snake Charmer, y'all. Check this out. It's going to push your wig back. Louis Farrakhan album, The Snake Charmer. This is this. This was called She Is or She Ain't by Louis Farrakhan. Not minister, but Louis Farrakhan. Check it out. Turn it down a little bit.
I am trying to find a solution for a certain person. Trying to find a solution for a certain person. With this modern surgery, they change him from he to she. But behind that lipstick, rouge and paint, I got to know if she is or if she ain't. country, bound for Denmark. He tried to live the life of a man, but that was not in accord with nature's plan. So he underwent this operation and came back home to shock the nation. But behind that lipstick rouge and paint, I got to know who she is, who she
I'm not saying anything bad or good. We're just sharing some music. Charmer, snake charmer, right? India, Hindu. So there is a late painting called The Snake Charmer, which depicts a naked boy facing a group of huddled, dark-skinned men gnawing and seated across ledge of the ground before him. Dark-skinned men. The long history, slow death of what? Everyone, everything from Egypt as well as China. So you go to Egypt to the east, we were all Asiatics, not Africans. So there, i.e. the snakes on the helmets of all the pharaohs and kings of Egypt. Now, which depicts naked people called Metagaki Nicole. Historian Linda Nutland wrote in her essay The Imaginary Orient. It's a picture of Jean Long, no, work extent, blah 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 blah. Alright. Fittingly, the snake charmer was used as a book cover for first edition Edward Said's Orientalism, seminal 1978. Who came with back in their late 60s, mid 60s, or even early 60s, before there was Moorish Americans, you had the Afro-Asiatics. And from this information, we're sure that Farad Muhammad was one of these guys. Asiatic. He wasn't an Afro-Asiatic, but nonetheless, he was an Asiatic. To tell about the fall of humanity, which is the ignorance of the so-called black man and black woman. And this is what sparked Elijah Muhammad, or Elijah Poole Muhammad. Because they started from the Oriental, they were oriented. In fact, let's just Google that right now. The orientation. Speaking of Orient, let's use that in this right here. Let's open this up. Let's get back to this orientation. Why we say Afro-Asiatic. What country was Master Farad's parents from? I'll do it again. What country was Farad Muhammad's parents from? I ain't seen no Barack Obama. Fuck out of here.
Ann Dunham's nationalities are American and Kenyan.
What nationality was Master Farad Muhammad? Alright. Now, No, we just want to find out who was his parents. That's all. We don't care nothing about nothing else. Whatever they did, they did. There you go. That's not Muhammad. Okay, Elijah Muhammad, original name Elijah Poole, Sunnersville, Georgia, died 1975. Alright, so from the looks of this, let's find out where his nationality, because some of them didn't even look right. We'll go ahead. Where's his parents from? We got Georgia, Chicago. So we got the Bible in his hand, separatists, Islam, black Muslims, Detroit. Alright. So, what it's looking like, nothing disrespectful, nothing bad or good, is that he came across some information and who was before him? Who taught him this thing here? Because his biography says that okay, now this one says, this is Wallace Farad Muhammad. This is Wallace D. Farad. I don't know the difference, but we'll find out. Now, Wallace, born in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, right? 1877. So here is the connection right here. And he is the founder of the Nation of Islam, Wallace D. Farad. Now, check this out. It was befitting for him to come to America and tell the black man that no, excuse my tongue, Father. It was in his best interest to work for the Arabs and pushing the pale skin or the green Muhammad. It makes sense now how the black man became an Islamist. It makes sense. It makes sense how there was a mass recruitment of our so-called black men and women going over to the Nation of Islam. I'm not saying anything bad or good. We're just saying it makes sense. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying it makes sense when you find out the enemies of the true Orientals. and enact these mixed breed, who later on become Orientals from off the mountains, from off the Caucasus Mountains, and concocted these stories. Look at it. Mecca born, founder of the Nation of Islam, sometimes called Black Muslims. But he didn't come from the word black, he came from Mecca. He didn't come from the word black, he came from Saudi Arabia. They don't call it to the black and white there. Especially if you're a Islamist and you believe in or the moon or the rock or the Kaaba. Immigrated to the United States sometime before 1930, and that year he established in Detroit the Temple of Islam. So here go the trap right here. 10 plus 30 is 40 years in the wilderness, aka 1970. The new revelation. The changing of the guard. Look at the time. 1 plus 9 is 10. 10 plus 30 is 40. It's time to think outside the box. And instead of going in that 30, 33 degree, 60 degree, 90 degree, even 360, we're going 390. The number's in there, 390. The degrees in there. Y'all see it? 1 plus 9 is 10. 3 plus 0 is 3. And 13 or it's 40. Numbers in there. 390 degrees. I 1 or 1 390. So now check this out what he does. He comes from, he immigrates, right? He's not even a Negro. So this guy comes as an immigrant wanting to save the black man who's from Saudi Arabia. Let alone it's 1817, right? If Saudi Arabia, Mecca, Nation of Islam, so you can study Nation of Islam, cared for any so-called black man from this time in blue. From these times in blue, and we have not seen one help from a Saudi Arabian except for coming to our black neighborhoods and selling us crack pipes, choy boys, rubbers with holes in them, rubbers with extra semen killer in them. Penis enhancements that really mess your organs up opposed to helping you. The same Arabs in our corner stores and Philistines who charge us $2 for a bag of noodles that's 15 cents in the store down the street. These are the same Nation of Islam who invested in this guy, changed his name to Muhammad to fit their prophet and version of Muhammad, used Ali to where the black man used the word Muhammad Ali for the boxer, made it popular that every other so-called black man or woman has named their child Muhammad. Know nothing about this version of Muhammad until this Arab slash man from Mecca came. And in your Bibles it told you, it said, when they said here's Jesus, don't go, or the Messiah is here, don't go, or the Christ is here, don't go. And y'all just keep going. So y'all done ran to Farad Muhammad, y'all done ran to Farrakhan, y'all done ran to, who else was his name is? Marcus Garvey. And so, and all these guys are really, half of them is not from America. Except for Malcolm and Martin. Mecca-born founder of the Nation of Islam, sometimes called Black Muslims. But Farad Muhammad is not black, he's Saudi Arabian or Mecca. Why did he say Farad Muhammad is black or African American or black Saudi Arabian or black Meccan? It doesn't say that. Why did he say the founder of Black Nation of Islam was just Islam? Or the nigger Islam or Negro Islam? None of that. Because that Nation of Islam ties to his Saudi Arabian Mecca connections to their version of what Islam is and what it isn't. So they sold that to who? Detroit. Something about Detroit and Chicago is always under some type of spiritual attack. And I've been noticing that about Chicago and Detroit. My heart goes out to the people of those two cities. They really do now. I'm sitting here thinking about it. In the year he established in Detroit the Temple of Islam as well as the University of Islam. Which was a temple school and the Fruit of Islam corps of male guards. Farad preached that blacks who were not to be called Negroes must prepare for a race war, and that Christianity was the religion of slave owners. Now listen to what he brings to the so-called black man in America. What do you do in this university? Look. That right there is the black man's problem, right there. That right there is the so-called black woman's problem, right there. The fruit of Master Farad Muhammad and his Arabian Mecca version of Islam, packaged, taught in a university, and attracted men like Farrakhan, who was a charmer, charming all the hissy fits or the women, charming the ladies. Malcolm X, he was out doing his thing, selling dope, pushing dope, maybe using, I don't know, but he was charming the people with his sorcery. Nonetheless, these was two powerful men in the black community disguised as the Nation of Islam. The question is, whose Nation of Islam? That's the question. Whose Nation of Islam is this? Is it Ya Allah's Nation of Islam, or is it the University of Islam? Who is the black man following from Detroit all the way down to where we at? Million Man March. University of Islam. Every single dollar Farad immigrates to what? United States. And he has to pay who? Nation of Islam, who gave him permission from where? Saudi Arabia. And where? Mecca. Now the question would be, how many so-called black men and women went to make my Jahada there and never made it back? There's somebody stuck there right now. He gave his followers Arabic. Look at this. If this wasn't a dead giveaway right here, what is this commercial shit? Now, if this wasn't a dead giveaway right here, look. First, you gotta prepare for war with Christianity. Now, not one of you niggas from the Nation of Islam got a tank, has ever conquered a whole country. Look at the game, brothers and sisters. Look at the game. This is what you've been running into. Really, this is what you've been running into, man. Farad Muhammad comes to America and he targets the so-called black man and black woman into preparing for war to go against Christianity, the religion of slave owners, but never told you that these same Arabs enslaved your ass too, and how the other half of you made it here into this country too. So the groundwork has been set for the so-called black man to be destroyed. So-called Christianity, not knowing that Rome and Arabia sleeps in the same bed, and that Islam, Isa, and Christianity, Jesus, is just one recognizing sun god and the other one recognizing the moon god. That's the connection. I have their symbols, insignia, written in ancient Chaldean, where you have the church and the Babylonian Chaldean insignia together under one banner. So, he gives his followers Arabic slave names to place those who had originated in slavery. So the only thing you did was exchange slave names from England to Arabia, believe it or not. Farad offered blacks a credo of moral and cultural superiority to their white oppressors. So this sounds like a tennis game. Arabs, 40, pale skin love. And so the black man, black woman is the tennis ball getting hit over the court back and forth. Foul, you outside the line, what they do, they kill you. Because if you say anything against this here, Nation of Islam or its members will murder you because you're talking about their what? Their God, Farad Muhammad, who gave them what? On how to be a black man. On how to be a black Negro slave for Arabia, Islam, and not be a slave to the Christian type Islam. Same story. In 1934, he disappeared without a trace. Members of the movement believe Farad to be the incarnation of Allah, and his birthday, February 26th, is observed as Savior's Day. Right there. What did Israel do when they asked for God and Samson? I have to put this other side. Where in the Bible Israel asked for a king? Check this out. Now it says in Samuel chapter, 1 Samuel chapter 8:1. They turned aside after this dishonest gain, so-called black man. Well, let me pull this up for you. We want to get it mixed up. We want it where it's supposed to be. Kingdoms come and kingdoms go. And this is why yours went, black man. This is where your kingdom went. You gave it up for crumbs again. And with some of y'all keep doing it. Now, where's you at? That's a snake charm right there. Alright. Oh, what happened to Elijah Muhammad? Oh, what happened to it? Let me see, you see it? Okay, here we go. Alright, we'll try to get it right there. Alright. Alright, we're gonna read it anyway. What happened to it? Oh, it disappeared on me. Oh, that's messed up. Well, y'all caught it though. I know y'all did. I know you did. So we get the etymology of Orient. So let's we get out of that. Try this together for you. Alright. But you notice the so-called black man and the so-called black woman asked the same thing they did with Barack Obama. The same thing they did with Farad Muhammad. The so-called black man is always asking for a man to lead them and then get mad when the man abused them. And it tells you in Samson. Let me read it. They turned aside after dishonest gain and accepted bribes and perverted justice. That is the black man and black woman today. So all the elders of what? Israel, or all the elders of America, black Islam, black Christianity, black Buddhist, black anything, gathered together and came to Samuel. Or they came to one voice in Jesus' name at Ramah or at church or at their day of worshiping, sun worshiping, whatever. And they said to their false gods or whatever, you are old. You old news, nigga. We don't want to learn the original way no more. That shit's old. And your sons don't walk in your ways. Now appoint a king to lead us, such as all other nations have. Right here. This is the hurt piece. That part right there. That's the hurt piece right there. That's the kit and caboodle right there. Now let's go back to uh, Ibla. So we know Amorites, Northern Kingdoms, finding, right? Akkadian Empire, oh wow, Ibla. Now, you have to ask yourself, brothers and sisters, but Ibla's lifespan was far from at an end. It had a first new lease on life when a modest new settlement designed Mordecai 11B2 was built on the northern part of the site following the Akkadian destruction. She's messing up now. See? You have to find the book of Jasher to put this piece together. The most significant building of the oh, what happened? There you go. Now called the Archaic Palace. Alright? Okay, that have connection with ancient Israel. And here you see, as it's written, right here. Let me get this out here for you so people can see the contradiction in your modern scholarship. Matter of fact, I'll grab it up there so I can make sure they get origins.net in here. Give their thing a big ups for their hard work. They went through a lot of work to put these stuff up here on the internet for us to research. So we do that for future reference. So we just think Ibla and the Bible do not coincide. I want to put another piece up here before we go any further to show y'all something else. Alright, so now we know what happened. You asked for the king. Until this very day, you asked Elijah Muhammad to be the new Messiah, the new God made in Allah. And that right there, when you did that, that destroyed the future of the black man and black woman in Islam. That's what nothing came out of it. So we can close that. We'll close that. Now, what country is the Orientals from? No, there was another one I was looking for. We'll come out of that. That's not what I wanted to do. But anyway, why they don't want you to use Negro and Orientals. Negroes. See, Congress completed legislation this week that amends the vocabulary in 2 acts, replacing Negroes, Spanish-speaking Orientals, Indians, Eskimos, Aleuts with Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander. The bill now goes to the president for a signature. The bill was originally introduced by Grace Mann, who previously spearheaded a successful push to strike Oriental from government documents in her home state. Oriental no longer deserves a place in the federal law, and very shortly it will finally be the thing of the past, Manning said in a statement. So now, the co-sponsor of the bill agreed Orientals is an offensive, antiquated term, especially so when referring to America's vibrant Asian American community. Using the term in federal law lends it legitimacy it doesn't deserve. No, this is just as Negro recalls slavery and Jim Crow Oriental brings to mind such a frightening historical moments as the Chinese Exclusion Act and the internment of thousands of Japanese Americans in the U.S. Listen to that. Read that again. I don't even know what time it is. We just don't go. I don't even know what time it is. We just don't go. We'll put a shoulder hurt at the motherfucker, but we just don't go. We just keep it going. It's not rehearsed. None of that. We just don't go. So, Jim Crow, check it out. Now you know something funny when Jim Crow get in it. You know something funny when Jim Crow get his hands in it. You know something funny. This is what they said. First of all, we just showed you that Chinese or Mongols, they come from up north, Northern Asia, where it's cold. Flat out. And if they was from the sun, they wouldn't have chinky eyes to squint from the sun. Their eyes would be like ours. But since they ain't allowed, they can't see the sun, they squint, because that sun cannot get into their body. And the blue-eyed people, they come out in the sun because the sun does not what? Absorb in their skin or their eyes. Why? Because it's blue, or its light is reflective. So the sun bounces off their eyes anyway. Even though they can still see the sun and be in it like us, nonetheless, they don't squint like their counterparts up in the mountains. There's nothing bad or good to say about these people. We just got to look at the purpose of how the body is made to protect itself from the sun or to absorb the sun. So you notice, just as Negro would call slavery, all right, Oriental brings to the Chinese. Negro and Oriental really are the same. Alright? Negro and Oriental the same. I already showed that to you early in the works. Alright? We showed you already earlier that Negro and Oriental are the exact same things. Occidental. Negro and Oriental. That's why we used to be called what? Afro-Asiatics. Because Negroes have what? Afro. And Asiatics have what? And that's why you don't hear Afro-Asiatics in government documents. And that's why you don't hear Afro-American. Because when you use Afro, you have to use Negro. To use Negro, you have to use Oriental. Why? Because you, where's that word at? Here we go. You're the original. Because you are the original. Let me see. See what they did to it? Maserati food, meaning the risen food. Maserati Jews in Israel. Meaning these guys are risen. See, look, see the demons? These are all false Christ. False Israel. They all call themselves risen. And they have risen, what? To power through lies. Look at Mizrahi. Nothing but lies, Sephardic. And so when you think of pictures, let's just find some pictures of this Mizrahi in Hebrew, right? See what they look like? See? How did this get to that? This. See? Where did these come from? Were these people of the rising sun? How? The closest that you get to the rising sun will be this guy right here. The closest you get to the rising sun will be this guy right here. Let me see. Maybe these people here. Not them. Let the rising sun, absolutely not. Up here. You get some sun, but doubt it. Here goes what? The south of Europe. We talking about Africa, Nigeria, Congos. Yeah, this right here is Asia Minor. Because Asia is so big up here. That's why this is called minor. And if you look at this map, Africa fits right here. You can tell it do. Let's go further. No children of the rising sun. None. Where are they rising to the sun with? These are the ones who've taken over the land. This guy here. See, they all assimilated the cultures of the known world. Genealogy, coffee break. The Bukharian Jews. See? Better get that one. So, when you see the children of the rising sun, where do you see these doing that? This guy, abomination. Icons. So, this is not what I'm saying. We're just reading what they say. Hebrew classes prize. Bulawayo Hebrew congregation. See, they're making these names up. These are all made ups. Look, Moshe, Mizrahi, look, Moses, the sunriser. who won an Oscar for. See what I'm saying? That's the language they're saying. Look at the guy with the fez. So these they're calling themselves the children of the rising sun. And the Star of David is the star that they use to rise in the hearts of the so-called black man and woman. And you're all mesmerized by this Jew. And you keep looking, where do you see them as children of the land of the rising sun? You don't. There's nowhere in it. Nowhere. We're still gone. You got one, two maybe. He definitely ain't. I can't see that picture too good, but I see a few afros. You know what I'm saying? If they're not having some type of woolly hair type afro, they are imposters. I.e. look, writing characters, groups, legends, Ashkenazis, where they've taken over the map. Let's see. Ashkenazi, blue. All up there. Sephardic. See where they migrated? Look, matter of fact, we got a perfect picture right here. Visit. I need that picture. So you're gonna see what we're talking about. And you notice it says Judaism. Alright, it's Juda. Judah. Or Judah. Not Judah. Judah. Or Judah. Alright, where's the map at? See? Ashkenazi. See their witchcraft symbol? The triune. Greece, Spain, Egypt, North Africa, Morocco, and the Bizarri Jew got Turkey, Lebanon, Syria, East Asia, Iraq, Yemen. They lock in together with Israel and Egypt. These two lock in together, these two lock in with Turkey and Israel. They lock in with Greece and Israel. See, this is their bond right here. Greece, Turkey, Israel in the middle, and Egypt. This is their cord right here to protect this. And these are the outer courts. Americas, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, the Balkans, Lebanon. See, these are the fuck boys. These are the fuck toys. 3 here. What's that? 7. 3 and 5 is 8. 9, 10, 11, what? 12. And we could use that as the 12 tribes scattered across the what? World. Why? Because they're outside of Egypt, Israel, Turkey, and Greece, where Ibla was at. You can call this the kingdom of Ibla, believe it or not. And I wonder if I can save this picture. This is not the picture I want to save. Let me see. Let me see. Copy image. Alright. Ashkenazis are the largest group. So who's that? Ashkenazi. Why? Because they got East and Western Europe. They got the Americas. and the Balkans. So they got one, the whole of Europe, and Europe's investment, which is America, and the Balkans. The the Bazarai, the Mizrahi, right? These fake Jews, these fake Hebrews got Lebanon, Syria, East Iraq, and Yemen. That's a big part of the world. But their family members got 3 of the rest of the parts. North, Morocco, and Spain. See that? Put it real slow for you because I'm trying to get to the point. Where is that map? I'm trying to find the map. Where's that map? Ah, here we go. This is what I needed. This should be a very important map. Very important. Who runs what? And who comes from where? Ashkenazis is one of the largest landholders of the planet. So, when I told you they come from up here with who? The Mongols, Russia, Polish, Crimea. See, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, and these fake Hebrews together has created a war with every single country because they're one family. These are one family. Scripture talk about. Alright. Check this out. Indian Jews. So you get Indian Jews, India, Kifi Jews, where they come from? China, see? See how they go, how Chinese can become Indians overnight? Chinese Jews, Russian Jews, Mongol Jews, they made a deal to come over here, come down North America, to the other side, and put themselves as what? The children of the land of the rising sun. Where? In Egypt, land of the rising sun. And where it's green is where the Fertile Crescent and the holiness of the rising sun came. And you notice the greedy motherfuckers in the blue are from the Ice Age, and the mixed motherfuckers, these burgundy dudes, them is the ones who shared the line between the blue and the green and still hung out with the independent groupings. The Kafir Jews. And so now it makes sense that Islam had to be born at some point around in here to break up their clansmanship, because they had gotten majority of the most of the prime land. Because even in here, Alexandria, Egypt, Fertile Crescent, all the way to Far East Asia, and in India. But who owns India now? British. Who owns this? British. Germany, Dutch, French. But like we showed you, who runs the Dutch, French in America? Right here. Wish I could show this a little bigger. Yeah, here we go. I need that. We need that. Now, that gives you a whole scope of how they rule Eastern, Western Europe, the Americas, and the Balkans, right? So, where are they coming from? These guys here, who got you calling yourself black Jews. So, it's not a mystery that what? Russia, the Balkans, Polish, Gog and Magog. You see, this is all Gog and Magog. And now, these Ashkenazis are in a Russian, Polish, Gog, Magog, Yiphite, Italian, Greek, Malta right there with the fingers pointed, Egypt, and the Moors and the Berbers and the Arabs, all in this they would call a cesspool, because this part under here, from here to there, is all sulfur. The highest concentrated of sulfur, aka shrimp, scallops, everything the Most High said don't eat is from this equator, this line here and up. Everybody from here across here on up eats what the fuck they want on the planet. That's what they do. I got a better picture. I didn't know I could get that picture. I didn't know I could get that picture. But we needed it though. Definitely needed that picture. That size too. Yeah, we need that picture, that size too. So we had no mistakes. Who's who, which what. Alright, you wanna see nobody's hating? Wanna hear that pseudoscience? We showed it to you. Alright, boom. So now, we know why they want the so-called black man and the black people to be worried about this little place here. It's right here, a little dot, somewhere in this corner here, that they want you to fall out, because this big-ass country called Russia and all these other little countries called Eurasia and Europe, who's overran by these Ashkenazis. The game is crazy. But this Mizrahi, this is the kicker right here. This is the theft right here. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at that theft. Alright? And then Beta Israel. The fuck is that? Conversion. While ethnically converters do not belong to any group, they're generally considered as a part of whichever group they converted into. Look at that. Anybody can be an idiot. It don't matter. Just come over and convert and just be an idiot. It don't matter. Alright? There's never been nothing like that. So, we can crush that. What do you call this? Writing Jewish characters, groups, and Judaism, part 2. Alright? Part 2. What's Judaism and writing? What's that about? Take commandments, law, to his characters. Judaism. Okay. Now we're going to try to find out is this. This is going to be the kicker too. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. Alright, so we get that. Alright. Alright, we get that. Alright, so we know what's going on with that. Okay, now. What it means, Jews from Arab countries or east of them or the background of Arabic, Persian, or other languages of Asia, such as Mozara, Hebrew, is actually a blanket term for many dialects. You see what's going on here? The closer you get to the children of the land of the rising sun, they start to deflect. No, that ain't number the wicked spirit too that I want y'all to hear this, man. So don't worry about it, folks. Don't even worry about it. I think that y'all get the gist of it. However, you're noticing, for Muhammad said, coming to you with the children of the sunlight, he called you black Americans in that Mizrahi, or what they would call the Mahdi. Why are Mizrahi and the Mahdi or the Mahdi synonymous? What's up with those two? Trying to find out without it having a connotation. Okay, what's your Jewish nationality? So it says, can constitute one of the largest Jewish ethnic divisions among Israel Jews. So for some reason, it's saying that the Maserati Jews are one of the largest Jewish ethnic divisions amongst Israeli Jews. So hold up. Mizrahi Jew and Israeli Jew, what's the difference? Y'all see the bullshit? Y'all see the bullshit? Hey, we'll take a 2-minute break. We'll go take my plate downstairs real quick. Alright. And we'll get back at it. Give me 1 second. Ow. Yo, I didn't know it was motherfucking 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning. See how this marathon shit go, man? We'll give y'all something to check out real quick. So it says surname. That's a verdict surname. See what happens when the devil gets it? We're seeing the etymology of it. But this is saying is a surname who lived in the eastern side of the peninsula. So they're changing it to Maserati. So, if, man, family, look, y'all need to wake up. Y'all need to wake up, really. Let's go back to what's this? Hebrew. I just want y'all to look at this for a minute. And just let this sit in for a minute. Let's let it sit in for a minute. Let's let it sit in for a hot minute. We're gonna get some ice, right? Damn. No, I'm gonna forget. Oh, I'm gonna broke my back coming across this bitch, man. Y'all still here? Alright, what's up, folks? I hope y'all enjoying this lesson, right? Nobody's teaching it. But when you spell the name, is M or Ibla, is E-B-L-A. Ibla. So I'm gonna go for a hot second. I'm gonna go twist up real quick. Right back. Don't go nowhere. But just take the names down. Ibla, E-B-L-A, or Iblaite, like Iblaite or Israelite or Ishmaelite. Look that up too. And play with that name a little bit. You'll see yourself in the Bible. You start looking, and then you're gonna want to know what the translation is to that shit. After a while, you gonna want a translation, man. Here I come, bro. Send this video real quick. You know what I mean? And this is why they're pushing this. The lamb is the hint. Jesus, the lamb. Give y'all a little secret. The lamb is Abel. He was the only one that got slaughtered like a lamb. I'm gonna put my motherfucking smoke with this. Let's make it a little fatter. Make the blizzard a little fatter, that's all. We'll get some ice, be right back. Oh, and Mizraah. Remember, they found something that says Yah, and they try to put Yahweh with that. And when y'all find out that Yah's expression for his name is not Yahweh, that's gonna change the whole spectrum. It's gonna have to change the whole spectrum. You too. 2 more minutes. shit took my ass to the bathroom. Sorry it took so long. You still recording? Let me see. You still recording? Hello? 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 So I was hoping y'all was able to see you on here, take some notes. I'm hoping that we're recording. Obviously we are, because I'm looking at the screen from my Facebook thing. So now, let's get back to work. Alright, shit, my ass too bad. I'm sorry, it took so long. Oh, still recording. Here we go. Hopefully y'all can hear over the music downstairs. So, let's see. Now, names such as Adam, Israel, Saul, David being used for Abraham citizens a millennium before such names would be written in scripture. Until now, Mesopotamia has dominated the scene in the cultural genesis of the ancient Hebrews. That's not a coincidence. Now, in the ashes of lost Syrian Empire, tablets of the oldest Semitic languages yet known have opened up the ancient world down those sand years further back in time. If as it seems most likely, Iblite is a direct ancestor to Hebrew. I guess people will one day listen to the dude, you know what I mean? We have not, there's no desire to mislead nobody. Let's fix this. You know, we do rigorous research. We line it up with current chronology, information, artifacts. We link it up to modern history, classical history, the ancient history, and to the psyche itself. That's what leads us to the deep well of our consciousness. Iblite is a direct ancestor, is most likely to be a direct ancestor to the Hebrews. Duh, because it's Arcadian. Let me swing this thing back for you. Let me see. Swing this back for you. Alright, so this y'all know that I'm on the thing showing y'all from different resources. Alright. Now, Ebla's culture may be parental. The effect on the biblical studies as well as on Judeo. Notice the Judeo-Christian. Before it was J-U-D-A, now it's J-U-D-E, Judeo. Judeo. Or Jude, J-A or D-E. Same thing with my name, Day or Deshawn. Christian faith can only be intriguing, fascinating, and positive. Now, how it all happened is to tell that may one day rank among the great archaeological stories. In 1964, a young professor near East Archaeology at the University of Rome, Paolo Mathieu, arrived in Syria with a small archaeological team to explore what generally deemed an unpromising area. Alright? And so, this young professor at the University of Rome. So we would find this guy here, Paolo Mathieu, from Roman University to make the connection between what Judeo-Christian and the Ibla Hebrew connection. All right, so we know we're going back to Rome because they say all roads lead what? Back to Rome. Period. If we don't believe that, then you're a poor historian. Now, around the Syria small, we'll get that. So, large mounds. They even named it Tel Mardika or Mardike in reference to what? The god Marduk. So we know there's a spiritual connection where it says, as in Tel Aviv, you get Tel Mardike, Marduk. So went from Ebla to Tel Marduk. You would never know that 10 years from now. Tel Marduk was ancient Ebla. Still, it was no occasion to contact the wire service. Ebla was barely known to ancient historians. On silver cuneiform tablets, the Akkadian people, look, the Akkadian people of the early Mesopotamian empires boasted that they had conquered a place called Ebla. So there is a writing. There's a writing that's saying that Jose Omar was telling y'all about the Ibla tablets years ago and how the Ibla, Ebner, Ebo was the connection between the Hebrews of North Africa, which was really called Asia Minor. Africa doesn't become Africa until you get down to Sub-Sahara, believe it or not. And it wasn't until the Dutch and the French come from down the bottom of the Sub-Sahara, along with those previous enemies coming from the west and those from the far north, surrounded the Mediterranean as a feudalism. That's why you can see Russia fighting over this little country called Ukraine. And while America has no problem with housing millions of Ukrainians like it did some other group of people back in the day. I forgot what they're called. Alright? So to move a nation across continents is nothing new. Because Akkadian people of one of the early Mesopotamian empires boasted that they had conquered a place called Ebla. Now, who is our Akkadian? Let's find that out. Let's get that. Might as well go do another keeping a marathon. Who in the Bible that is famous that is an Akkadian? Who in the Bible is famous that is an Akkadian? Shit. You have to be shitting me. Okay. Let me try to type this in. I say Arcadian. I say Arcadian. Goddamn. Here we go. Okay. You got Nimrod, Arcadian. Nebuchadnezzar the second. Don't say. Arcadian. Okay, so let's find out a Holman Bible Dictionary. Arcadian. Okay, Bible dictionaries. Akkadian is also the ancient name of a Semitic language discovered. The early descriptions in Old Akkadian date from about 2400 to 2000 BC. It's the same as what? Ibla. Two main dialects evolved, and Akkad, or when Abraham came from Arcadia, speaking what? Babylonian. When he got with the children of what? Aram, and they had a dialogue, it became what? Arabic, because it came from what? Ibla, Akkadian, Babylonian tongue. So that Babylonian Akkad tongue became Arabic. Why? Because he was what? Aram. That's why increasingly Jesus spoke what language? Aramaic. That was his mother. That was his father tongue. His mother tongue was Hebrew, and because he spoke to many people, he was able to speak other dialects. That's why it says, study to show yourself approved, because you know the language. Akkadian is commonly classified in the East Semitic, distinguished from the Northwest Semitic, Amorite, Ugaritic, Hebrew, etc. And South Semitic, see this? Arabic, Ethiopic, has nothing to do with Ishmael. Akkadian was the international language of the diplomacy of commerce in the Near East before 1,000 years BC. So, unless you read the Ormana tablets of Palestine rulers addressed to Egypt, unless you read the Akkadian documents from Uruguay and Assyria, and the Nuzi tablets from the Hararian people, Akkadian studies have been a profound effect on Old Testament studies in at least of 4 areas. First, the meaning of many Hebrew words have been determined or classified by Akkadian cognates. See? Not Yiddish, not Akkadian, not Greek, not Roman, not European, Dutch, French, and blah, 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 blah. Hebrew is ancient Akkadian / Babylonian, who became a language because Abraham was a Hebrew who met up with his cousins called Aram. And that's why you have Arabic as the language of the Hebrew Aram unity or fusion. They came together, they created their own language. And this is what I've been trying to tell you guys. You have to create your own language, or you will be destroyed by those who are from the south, called the Arabs. Alright. And the Ethiopics. That's why you don't see Nubians up here. Why? Because they changed that to Ethiopic. You don't see Ibla up here and things of that nature. Why? Because they changed it to who? Arabic. Alright? They took these names and changed them down to these. Just like the world's northern Nile, south Nile, upper and lower. Twins is always fighting. That's always that common theme. Akkadian mythical religious texts have included accounts of the creation and the flood, as well as the prophet or oracles. Curses and blessings and prayers will provide a basis for understanding both the common Semitic heritage and the uniquences of Israel's faith. See also cuneiform. Thomas Smothers, from Smothers. Big up, Thomas. That was a document well written. I couldn't agree with the man more. So now, this Bible dictionary on Akkads. Holman Dictionary, Haitian Dictionary of the Bible, Akkadians, encyclopedias. Look for it. Search for it. Free yourself. Alright, where we at here? What's this? Alright, same thing. So we get out of that. So where we at? Akkadian people were one of the earliest Mesopotamian empires boasted that they had what? Conquered Ebla. Let's find some more biblical accounts. Paleo-Canaanite, Old Canaanite. Okay, so we know that's in there. At Ebla, much as the alphabet employed in this article serves French or German, for example, as well as English. Let's read this again. Iblite will take its place. The future will decide evidently describes Ibla have borrowed the writing system developed at Sumer, cuneiform as a vehicle for their own language. At Ibla, exactly what I said. Make your own language. That's why it's called Hebrew or Arabic. And they fucked it off with this monkey shit. Much as the alphabet employed in this article serves French or German, for example, as well as English. That's why I show people what? My Paleo-Hebrew letters. Why? Because A-E-I-O-U is the exact same letters as in English, French, German. So it's never really changed. These we call alphabets or alphabets. This is just a modern term for it. Praise y'all for the confirmation. I'm getting excited, man. What made this find so important was not merely the discovery of a lost ancient language, but antiquity of that language. So that means Hebrew had never died. It just faded a little bit until the mother and father tongue of it would come up, while it exposed the liars. So if Jesus was the word of God, he would have spoke Akkadian. And if he was the messenger of God, he would have spoke Aramaic, later on translated into Arabic, translated onto Hebrew, in a combination. He would have never spoke Greek or any other language that could have been translated, because we'll have proof that Ibla has no ties to the Bible. No, why did you have no ties to the Bible? Because you have to acknowledge that Jesus never spoke in the language they're translating his words from. He never spoke it. And they know this. So what they do, they use the economic and administrative texts that appear often, as would be expected if our civilization were suddenly to vanish, but all these written records remain to be discovered thousands of years hence. The largest category would similarly be commercial paper, bills, checks, ledgers, advertisements, and the like. So they changed commercialism into what? A religion. Because if they told you the real religion of the tablets of Ibla, and those that and the third, the whole thing would change. Let's see. It says extended from Sinai and the borders of Egypt and southwestern Mesopotamia in the east, Tigris in the north. It says one tablet places Ibla's population at the time at an incredible 260,000 people, although this 250,000 may have been spread across her empire. What is the scientific geographical list includes school exercise, animals, fish, birds lists, enumerations of places, occupations, materials. See, you find you in this similar list from Mesopotamia's 5,000 years. Names have been identified on the tablets, a majority of which were previously unknown to scholars of ancient history. So why would they tell you anything about the Ibla tablets? Well, we've been told y'all about them. So look up the Mari tablets, the Kingdom of Mari, M-A-R-I, or the Kingdom of Mary. There may be something hidden with that, with the rising or the Mizrahi and the city of Mari. I'm just shooting something in Max. Speaking of which, one day, for example, the city of Mari, halfway to Babylonia on the Euphrates, quit paying tribute to Ibla. An Iblan army stormed its way eastward to Mari and collected 100,000 pounds of silver and 880 pounds of gold. So, who's the guy who's the king at the time of Arcadia? We can find a reference of King Sargon of Akkad. And for the sake of argument, let's see what information come up with him. The first king, Sargon. Oh, see, Versace, Sargon. So even Versace understands this species. Let's see. Look, Dave Versace's review of Ishtar. You go in the Bible, Versace has a distant cousin called Varsace. Instead of, how you spell it? Or Versace, something like that. But the ancestors in the Bible, treacherous, really. I'm not saying about this family here, but they're in there. Sargon the Great. Now, here's his history. Here's his World History Encyclopedia. So we have a reference point of why they don't want you to know that Sargon, Ibla, this guy here, his name means true king or legitimate king in the Akkadian language. Not in English, but Akkadian. So, when you read these Bible names and Quran names, you're reading them from a purposeful dismantling of the pit puzzles to our humanity. And Naram Sin. Where do you think the word sin comes from? Glorious tales down through the Persian Empire along with his grandson, Naram Sin. Naram Sin. The Alpha and the Omega on earth. the sinner's prayer. This is where the sinners come from. Let's go see Nimrod sin. Now, look at Nimrod sin by Josh J. Martin. Was the last great king of Akkadian Empire and grandson of Sargon the Great, who founded the empire considered the most important Akkadian king after Sargon. Let's see what he did. Known as the Curse of Agad, there's a book. The Great Revolt, Al-Kutha legend. Legend and stories are all depict Nimrod Sin as a supreme, confident ruler, proud and arrogant. Sounds like Satan, right? He is the first Reptilian ruler to have deified himself while he reigned and to have signed official documents with the seal of a god, the god of Akkad. Himself, his reign marked the height of the Sargonic dynasty, and after his death, the empire began to fall apart. But, and he proclaims himself as king, himself king of the four corners of the universe, and began writing his name with a sign, designing himself a god on an equal footing with any Mesopotamian pantheon. Alright? So, remember Elam in the Bible. So, how is the Bible, where by his son, they ran sin? The first word you probably get from the word sinner. You was using Nimrod sinner's prayer. I am the best. I am the greatest on this planet, on this earth. I am the best black man in the universe. See? That's why they called you born into sin. You're born just like your father, the liar, the great deceiver. You know what I mean? That's what that means. And all his things, attributes. We'll just keep on. We'll just keep on. So you see Mediterranean, Armenia, Susa, Venus of Egypt. So there wasn't no particular running from the map of the Akkadian Empire. That's Egypt, if y'all didn't know. That's Israel, Ebla, Tarsus, but over here is Patmos, and that's when the Westerns are getting their information. But before they knew anything, they was in the darkness. All this right here is darkness. This is where life is going on. Until a few folks decided to go on up over there. Let's see what else. And this will get the story of what? Enlil, Nippur, Goodtons. What's that? Still the Volcanic Empire, what? They ran sin. What else? Let we name it. Death and the fall of what? Kingdoms come and kingdoms go. And these is great men compared to what the so-called black man will say a great man to this day. There's another one. Let's see. Translations. Alright, so we know Sargon is real, right? So we know that. So there's no doubt to the African Americans and all those who think Sargon's a myth is right. He's alive. And he sent armies of Euphrates to snatch Mari back and punish Ibla. Alright? So now, So Nimrod, see, this is before Abraham, I believe. Or he's young right now. We're going to find out who is the king at the time of Abraham's birth. Believe the judicial writings cover everything from contracts to crimes. The penalty for adultery with another wife was 3 oxen, but the raping of a virgin was death. Okay? So that gives you a different connotation if it's actually written in stone that these laws was before the 10 Commandments. Not saying that the Most High didn't hand Moses any commandments. We're saying that it's not ironic that these same things are written in stone. Polygamy was permitted at least for the king, and one is reported to have sired 38 sons. See, so a polygamy for people who want to be polygamists, it's for a king. But since every black man, black woman will be kings and queens for 2 weeks, that's why your seed fall and become retarded and go to prison. Because you're being something that you're not. And the Judges 16 Proverbs also appear in literary tablets. One of them goes, the gift is all, the gift is life. So, let's see. No Semitic root of the Hebrew language. That's where we break it up. Hebrew Abraham from away from everybody else. Other words, however, to show similar etymology to Sumerian for mother, for example, is Amamu. So it's Hebrew or Hemu or I'm not gonna play with that. And Umumu and Iblite. Wow. Amamu, Umumu, and Iblite. So learn something today, Umumu. Sincerely, the biblical book were not written until many centuries later. Cool. Between the new discoveries and the Bible, the Old Testament, however, tells of events transpiring long before it occurs when written. Now, Abraham would be making his move from Mesopotamia to Canaan, for example, just 3 or 4 centuries after the fall of Babylon. And that's exactly what I just said. It's not too long after the fall of Babylon. Indeed, Ibn tablets provide many probable and many actual correlations with the Bible. Israelites were polytheists, not monotheists like the Hebrews, but one of their deities is named Il or El, which is most likely is their general term for any god. But El is also one of the Hebrew terms for God. Israel, for example, means Israel, contender with El, God. While Michael means who is like God. Indeed, both these very names, Israel, El, and Michael, El, appear in Ibn tablets. Wow. So, like I said, Israel, one who contends with God, and Michael, who is like God. It's a question. So our names describes our expression. If you say Michael, that means who is like God. If I say, hey, Israel, you're contending with what? God. Now let's find out this contender, because we don't want to get that mixed up. A contender. So, a personal group competing with others to achieve something. The major contenders for the championship. The major contenders with God. He who contends with God. He who competes with God. The person or group who competes with what? God. Right? We just change others. What up? We'll change others. Keep competing with God to achieve something. To achieve something. What are you trying to achieve with the Most High to obtain what? In Babylon, you contended to war against God by building a tower. You contended to war against by going against his messengers. You contend against the war against God by not following his 10 commandments and other ones. Do you contend with the Most High when he came and split the earth open and showed you his miracles? Do you contend it when he saved your life and got you out of your jams? And yet you still contending with him. And that's what that means. You contend with God, with the Most High. That's what Israel is. See? El. Hebrew term for God. Israel, for example, means Ezra, contender with God. I told y'all that. Is Ma El with God? What is Israel? Israel means contender. Then what do Isma mean? Oh, what's that? Says the blind mice. The great expression for the Hebrew word for God in the Old Testament is Yahweh. Now remember, when they found the Ibla, they didn't use Yahweh. They used the letter Yah, Y-A. As you notice, they got Hebrew word. So why don't they have Yahweh? And even the possible root for this term appears in the tablets. The root was what? Yah. That's what we say, Yahlah. With the reign of Ibram, the conquering king of Ibla, Yah as a divine name finds sudden prominence. Such personal name as is Yah El, or is Yah God, or Mike El, or now apparently expressed as is Ra Yah, and Micah Yah. Until now, the element Yah was known outside ancient Israel. Hold up. This makes it powerful. Right here. This is the power statement right here. This gives me so much power. Now, what is the element Yah? We have to find that out, folks. Nobody else is teaching this. We know they're not. They ain't got time to. What's the element Yah? We have to find that out, man. See, I'm on fire. Shit, I'm up. What is the element YA? Comment number 39. That's 12. Silver metallic. Transition metal chemically similar to try something different. Try something different. I'm hitting there telling me I don't want why. I want Yah. That's what I want. Yah. That's it. That's all. No, we don't want none of that. Just find that. Okay, what is Yah on the periodic table? Periodic table. Okay. Yitria. What is this? What is this Yah? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I ain't gonna hold you. That isn't making hella bonus sense. Why would, I don't know. Always a waste of brain power. Alright. Where you at? Let's go back. The element Yah was known outside of ancient Israel. So the tablets contain personal names of Ibn citizens that were never before found outside the Bible. Adam, Abraham, Ishmael, Esau, Saul, David, in addition to the aforementioned Israel and Michael. It should of course be emphasized that these are not the same people who appear in the Bible, but the same names. I don't doubt that. I've been telling you this all these years. And what of King Ebron himself, the Israelite? His name reads in one of the two tablets, two ways. If Ebru is correct, it is virtually the same name as the biblical character Eber of Genesis. That's what I said too. And the ancestors of the Hebrews and great-great-grandfather of Abraham. If Abram is the reading of the term translated approximately Hebrew. In other cases, critical Old Testament scholarship, which had previously dismissed most 12 chapters, mythic may have, however, no present proof an Evelyn King is the Eber in Genesis. I don't believe it either. I'm almost certain that they named it Hebrew in memory and showing respect too. hope I ain't go overboard proving that the Ibla is in the Bible if you rearrange the words and remove the typology in it. Even fascinating biblical place names, many of which by the majority of critical scholars, Ibla tablets mention, for example, Sodom and Gomorrah, with which Ibla carried on extensive trade. Zohar appears on the tablets also. Gaza, Hazor, Akko, Sidon, Bablos, Megiddo, Lachish, the Salem, we knew that was real. A place called Jerusalem is also cited in what we must be history early reference to Jerusalem. The well-known Sumerian has been dramatically decayed. Blah, blah, blah. Abraham stopped at Haran near Ibla on his way into Canaan. So possibly the patriarch's home was the not of the southern but the northern Near East. He said that Abraham stopped at his family's crib. You know what I mean? You got to go through Ibla, the kingdom of Ibla, and take a note, and you know what I mean? Get your hustle on, and then get on your trip. But if you one of them folks that ain't left the porch, you're in trouble. Since 95% of the rural Ibla archives are still untranslated, one can only imagine the headlines yet to come. Meanwhile, a cautionary note should be sounded. To date, no official transcription and translation of any of the Ibla tablets has yet been published, so all conclusions must thus far be reckoned as primarily subject to future confirmation or rejection. And this is where the fuck shit coming at. Because now they get to rewrite the Bible, change the words, use typologies, and keep the same content, but make it seem like other writers were stupid. And this is the best book, or this is the new Bible, this is the new copy, or this is the new age of learning about God and how you're going to be this new person, champion bloodline stuff, and how you're going to kill everybody because they didn't hurt you. But what little people know, this is about being disobedient to the Most High. Let's go down some more. Ministriesmagazines.org. Check them out. Big ups to the writers of that. Biblical archaeology. The Ibla tablets as a dig into a supposed Arab citadel may end up to be the archaeological find of the century. No shit, Sherlock. No shit. I still make sure we've made our point that Ibla, Amorites, Sumerians, it's so gone again. Yeah. So look at the tablet. 4,500-year-old Ibla tablet. Matter of fact, let's get some seconds on here before we close out, so y'all get a little taste of it to confirm what we was talking about.
Prophets mentioned in the 4,500-year-old Ebla tablets. Ebla was a kingdom built in 2500 BC on the area that today includes Damascus of Syria and the southeastern Anatolia.
Uh-oh, Damascus.
Ebla civilization is known with their detailed written records. During an excavation in 1975, an archive consisting of around 20,000 pieces of clay tablets were found with cuneiform script text on them. The scientists, after deciphering the Ebla language in the Ebla tablets, discovered important references to the history of the true religions. The Ebla tablets included information about angels and prophets mentioned in Torah, Gospel, and the Quran. In the tablets, the angel Michael is referred to as Mikael, the prophet Abraham, peace be upon him, as Abramu, and the prophet Ishmael, peace be upon him, as Ismael. Ebla tablets were written 1,500 years before the Torah was sent. The fact that the name of the prophet Abraham, peace be upon him, is mentioned in these tablets confirmed the fact that the religion he preached existed before the Torah. In the Ebla tablets, the locations mentioned in holy books are also referred to, such as Sodom and Gomorrah, where the people of the Lot lived, and the city of Iran, mentioned in the Quran. The most interesting thing about these names is that they were never mentioned in any other text found so far, except for the holy books revealed to the prophets. Ebla tablets, which were unearthed 4,500 years after their time, point to an important truth. Almighty Allah sent messengers to Ebla, just like He sent messengers to all communities, and these prophets preached this religion to their communities as well. I seek refuge in Allah from the accursed Satan. We sent a messenger among every people saying, worship Allah and keep clear of all false gods.
Right.
Among them were some whom Allah guided, but
Right.
others received the misguidance they deserved. Travel about the earth and see the final fate of the deniers.
We're going to leave that right there. We're going to leave that right there. We're going to leave that right there. Matter of fact, we're just going to drop the mic. We got to drop the mic on that. Got to. Gotta drop the mic on that, man. Where's she gonna put it? And where else they gonna put it? I caught a quick glimpse of the video. But just in case you did, let me see if I can squeeze you in there, because Facebook just did some fly shit just now. They did, yeah, they just did some real fly shit just now. Hold on. Stop sharing the screen real quick. And you don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. It ain't going to happen. It's some bullshit. Alright. We'll drop YouTube on here. And see if somebody got on Ebla. Search EPL. A. It don't say. Never seen that. Yo, I'm going to marathon, man. Okay. This is 5 minutes long. Confirm that we ain't crazy. We had a vision when Lord Boy said,
did you know trading in your
Mike
car at a dealer could cost you money?
I'm thinking he talking
A
about some
recent study
damn
found
sport
consumers who
clubs.
trade in their car pay an average of $990 more. So don't trade in. Sell it to We Buy Any Car. Learn more and get your free online valuation now at We Buy Any.
Big screener on you.
Unexplained mysteries. The mystery of the Ebla
And
tablets.
so now you see, I
Ancient
did the
Ebla
same
was
thing I
located
just
in
did.
northern Syria, approximately halfway between the
I ain't
modern
looked at it
cities
first, I
of
looked at
Hamath
what we
and
down.
Dela. Excavations at that site began in the 1960s, and in the 1970s a series of extraordinary tablets was discovered among the ruins of an ancient palace. These tablets became known as the Ebla tablets, and they were originally discovered under the direction of two professors from the University of Rome, Dr. Paolo Mattei and Dr. Giovanni Pettinato. At this point, about 17,000 tablets from the ancient Headlight kingdom have been recovered. These tablets appear to have been written during the two last generations of ancient Tebla. This means that they probably come from sometime around 2300 to 2250 BC, but what is remarkable about the Ebla tablets is not how old they are, but rather the amazing parallels to the Bible that they contain. For example, one scholar was very surprised at just how close much of the language on the tablets is to ancient Hebrew. The vocabularies at Ebla were distinctively Semitic. The word to write is ktb, as in Hebrew, while that for king is Melikum, and that for man is Adamu. The closeness to Hebrew is surprising. In addition, a vast array of biblical names that have not been found in any other ancient Near Eastern languages have been reported to have been found in similar forms in Eblaite, one of the two languages found on the tablets. For instance, the names of Adam, Eve, Abirama, Abraham, Baha, Ishmael, Esau, Mikhail, Saul, and David have been found on the tablets. Now, it is important to note that the tablets are not necessarily referring to those specific people. Rather, what it does demonstrate is that those names were commonly used in ancient times. In addition, quite a few ancient biblical cities are also mentioned by name in the Ebla tablets. For example, Ashtaroth, Sinai, Jerusalem, Hazor, Lachish, Megiddo, Gaza, Joppa, and Damascus are all reportedly referred to by name in the tablets. Giovanni Pettinato says that he also found references to the ancient cities of Sodom and Gomorrah in the tablets. In fact, one key discovery appears to relate directly to Genesis chapter 14. Some Bible skeptics have long tried to claim that the victory of Abraham over Chedorlaomer and the Mesopotamian kings in Genesis 14 was fictional, and that the 5 cities of the plain, Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim and Zor, referred to in the chapter are legendary. But it turns out that the Ebla tablets refer to all 5 of the cities of the plain, and on one tablet the cities are listed in the exact same order that we find in Genesis chapter 14. The strange hymn. Even more extraordinary was the discovery of a creation hymn in the tablets. In fact, 3 different versions of the Eblite creation hymn were discovered. One of the creation hymns was translated by Pettinato as follows: Lord of heaven and earth. The earth was not, you created it. The light of day was not, you created it. The morning light you had not, yet, made exist. This clearly parallels the biblical account. In the Bible we also find a Lord of heaven and earth who created the earth and everything around it out of nothing. However, it is important to note that Ebla was primarily a pagan culture. Pagan gods such as Dagon, Baal and Ishtar were very important to the people of that time. But the truth is that these tablets do confirm quite a few historical details found in the scriptures. There is probably much more to be discovered about the ancient Eblite people, but in recent decades progress has been slowed by religious and political conflicts. Perhaps we will never know for certain where the people of ancient Ebla came from, how much they actually knew of the true God of the Bible, or why their language had such similarities to Hebrew.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $455,000. If you're looking to get the money you're owed for an injury, I want you to imagine you and your family getting that money, because I know a way that you can. Now, before you think I'm crazy, I want to show you how you can get the money that you are owed in the next 30 days. Now, if you thought about hiring an attorney before, but you didn't because you were unsure, this is a huge mistake, as you were probably given no guidance and couldn't get a straight answer out of anyone about how much money you could actually make. I want you to capitalize on a limited opportunity that can have you cashing out a massive check in the next 30 days. This opportunity won't last long, and it's perfect for anybody who's been in a car accident in the past few years. Do you still think it's impossible? I'm willing to guarantee that by clicking on the link below and filling out this 15-second quiz, you'll get an instant quote on how much your case is worth, and my team and I will help you get the money you deserve. If you still think it's too good to be true, let me tell you about my client, James. Now, when James first came to us, he was really unsure if his case was going to be worth anything at all. He was facing a lot of uncertainties in his life, and he didn't know if he was going to get paid for his injury at all. Well, it turns out, after filing a claim with us, he was able to take home over $400,000 in settlement from an accident. It is possible, no matter what you thought in the past, you can get the money you are owed, and probably a lot more than what you were expecting. Simply click the link below and answer the question about your case, and you'll get an instant quote about your case's worth. And if you qualify, an attorney from our team will lay out a game plan
I've got to play the
instantly
video.
and for
Damn. Shit, cancel. Golly. Alright, that was supposed to be the outro anyway. Damn, y'all, I done nodded out and shit. One more. Let me get one more. That was 7 years ago, 1 month. Okay, let's search for hidden tablets. Year ago. Okay, let me still put manuscript. Judean, no. No. Let's see, no. No. We'll go to the ancient city of Mari. And then jump back to Ebla. We get Mary or Mari. Check this out.
If you want to achieve better results, make a great impression, and save time at work, you should get Grammarly.
With Grammarly, it's like I have my own personal editor on every email or message or essay that I write. And it's free to download.
Before I got Grammarly, I could sense that people didn't understand what I was trying to communicate in my emails. I was too wordy. Now, I get my point across clearly.
I catch embarrassing grammar and spelling errors before I hit send.
I'm very straightforward, so the tone suggestions help me make sure that I'm not unintentionally coming across too harsh.
I got Grammarly. It took 2 minutes to set up, and instantly I could see it making my writing better everywhere I type.
It helps me make my messages clear and crisp and just overall more effective. Imagine what would happen if everything you wrote was a little bit better.
Oh shit, hold up.
Hey everyone, welcome to this edition of Exploring History, where today we're going to explore an ancient city of Mesopotamia that few people know about. I'm talking specifically about the ancient city of Mari. Its location is interesting because it's not very close to the great cities of Sumer or Akkad. Nevertheless, Mari's impact on these areas is quite significant. It really played an important role in the history of the Near East up until its, well, you could say, undeserved destruction by Hammurabi of Babylon in 1761 BCE. Yes, this is the same Hammurabi who's famous for his law code. I bet many of you didn't know that he sacked and burned cities too. Mari's early history is a bit of a mystery, but archaeologists believe that the city has been occupied at least since the 3rd millennium BCE. Excavations, mostly by French archaeologists that started in the 1930s and continued into the 1970s, have revealed several layers to the city, spanning from the early dynastic period through the Akkadian era into the Neo-Sumerian period, and finally under various kings of Amorite descent. It was coveted by all of these peoples due to its prime location in between Mesopotamia proper and the eastern Mediterranean world. This put Mari at the nexus of several profitable trade routes. Archaeologists have confirmed that the city was indeed a very wealthy one. Findings from the 3rd phase of the early dynastic period revealed the remains of private houses, a central square surrounded by what appears to have been a large market, and temples dedicated to various deities, including the goddess Ishtar. The city seems to have prospered for centuries until sometime around 2300 BCE, during the Akkadian period, where there seems to have been some destruction caused by massive violence. It's not known exactly why this happened, but if you read the texts and proclamations of various Akkadian kings, especially those after Sargon the Great, they're constantly talking about how they put down rebellions in various cities with great force. Perhaps Mari too was one of these. The city, though, seems to have revived itself somewhat towards the end of the Akkadian period, because there's evidence, or actually records, that show that it was controlled by a military governor loyal to the Akkadian regime. However, it seems that as the central authority of Akkad eroded, the governor became, or at least felt, that he was independent enough to form his own dynasty. This became known as the Shakanaku dynasty, and its members presided over the city until the Neo-Sumerian 3rd dynasty of Ur. The Neo-Sumerian period seems to have started a new era of prosperity for the city, with renovations and redevelopment of all of the old commercial centers of the city, along with construction of new, larger temples and palaces. Many of these structures contained multiple rooms grouped around open courts, one of the most well-known being the Court of Palms. This was reportedly a large courtyard lined with palm trees and connected to what is believed to have been a throne room. The remains of several other palaces have also been found, illustrating the luxury that at least some of Mari's residents lived in. Again, this was probably due to Mari's great location as a trade hub, but perhaps also to the relative peace and stability that was generally present during the first half of Neo-Sumerian rule. The building spree generally seems to have continued, with consistent renovations and expansions of existing structures taking place. It's not known when or even how the Shakanaku dynasty came to an end, as knowledge of the transition period between it and the next dynasty is quite hazy. What is known is that during this time, roughly 1700 to 1800 BCE, Mesopotamia and really much of the Near East were experiencing an influx of Amorite nomads. Believed to have been originally from the lands of Canaan, Palestine, and the Levant, these Amorite tribes are believed to have migrated east to the greener pastures to be found along the great river system of Mesopotamia. Hence, they ended up in places like Mari, along the western bank of the Euphrates River. Mixing in with the local populations, sometimes peacefully, other times violently, many Amorites took over the great cities of Mesopotamia and the ancient Near East, and founded their own dynasties. Some of the more famous of these Amorite dynasties were Babylon, Larsa, Yamhad, Ekalatum, and of course, Mari. In fact, we can say that Mari's golden age came during the rule of its dynasty of Amorite kings. This started with the dynasty's founder, Yadunlim, who reigned from 1810 to 1794 BCE. Yadunlim seems to have been quite powerful during his day, and ruled over a sizable realm that included other wealthy cities, such as nearby Turka and Tutal. To help further beautify his capital, he led an expedition to Lebanon in order to get their world-famous timber for his palaces. While on his way, he stopped by Aleppo, capital of another powerful Amorite kingdom, Yamhad. Its king, Sumuepa, was curious about the lands of Mesopotamia to Mari's east, and he signed a pact of friendship with Yadunlim. However, the alliance was terminated when Yadunlim sent troops to support rebellious vassal kings of Sumuepa. Now, it's possible that for this, Yadunlim may have indirectly paid with his life, as in 1794 BCE, he was assassinated by one of his servants. This could have been at the instigation of Sumuepa, with the logistics being overseen by Yadunlim's son, Sumu-Yaman. I point this out because Sumu-Yaman not only became king after his father's death, but he also attempted to improve relations with Yamhad, which is strange if the latter is presumed to be the prime suspect in your father's murder. Honestly though, Sumuepa didn't have much time to contemplate his father's death, or forge new relations with Yamhad, because he himself was assassinated just over a year later, in the year 1793 BCE. Now this year of chaos with these two assassinations made the wealthy city of Mari a prime acquisition target for the expansionist Amorite king of Upper Mesopotamia, Shamsi-Adad I. Shamsi-Adad called himself the king of Ekalatum. However, he's considered by many, including the Assyrians themselves, to be the first great king of Assyria, something which I discussed in other programs on this channel, so I'm not going to spend too much time discussing it here. Anyway, Shamsi-Adad conquered Mari and installed his son, Yesna-Adu, as the governor or viceroy of the city and the surrounding area. For all practical purposes, Yesna-Adu was a weak and perhaps lazy king. These are not my thoughts, but those of his father, Shamsi-Adad. There are actually letters which have been discovered that illustrate Shamsi-Adad's frustration and displeasure with his son's handling of affairs in Mari.
When you shop at Walmart, you get it.
That's that.
You spend a little less. And you can carry a whole lot more.
Maybe the luxurious life there, away from battle with his father, had made him soft. Shamsi-Adad may have been right about his
Jadun,
Upon his death in
Samu-Yaman,
Yesna-Adu was left to fend for himself.
Yasma-Adu.
After that, lost his throne. The man who replaced him was a certain Zimri-Lim, who claimed to be the son of Yadunlim. Scholars, though, debate this, and many of them believe that...
And see, this is where you get your Lim,
nephew, or perhaps
Li,
Zimri-Lim actually
you know, these Oriental names. See, because the Mongols, they knew to take our names too.
Zimri-Lim fled the city, and it's likely that he sought refuge in Yamhad, perhaps living in its capital city of Aleppo. By this time, there was a new king of Yamhad, Sumu-Yaman's son, Yarimlim. Now you would think that, like his father, Yarimlim wouldn't have much love for Mari's former first family, but it turns out that his father was killed in battle fighting against Shamsi-Adad. Thus, Yarimlim and Zimri-Lim shared a special bond.
The Lord, that brother that played in that one movie.
Suffixes to their names,
Look at him.
but they also both hated Shamsi-Adad. The relationship became even closer when Zimri-Lim married the sister of Yarimlim. Being family, Yarimlim entrusted Zimri-Lim with an army to take back his home, Mari. In an ironic reverse of events, in 1775 BCE, it was Zimri-Lim who marched